And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. And really appreciate every one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And switching over this way. Alright, so hello, everybody. Oh, well, usually the camera, Noah, usually the camera itself is on, like, at a certain part. Like, in the beginning part, there's no camera, like, during the introduction. And then the next part of it, you can usually see it, you know, I'm here right now. Right. So usually in the beginning part, there's not me for a second while the introduction's happening. And then when I come on, here I am. Okay, let's see. Hello, Moki. Hello, UAP. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have everybody here. And shout out to everyone. I hope everyone's having a good day, good evening, good afternoon. We are glad to be on air. So I wonder what people have done today. I have definitely had an interesting time. I did some quests earlier myself with the getting things in the yard fixed stuff. And yes, Noah, thank you. And we have, I was doing it, and the cats definitely like it because I was clearing out some things, some areas, and the cats definitely like that. And looking at the garden, the vegetables are growing nicely. So that's always something cool to see. I was looking into some different cases that happened. You know, people's encounters that they've had in different places, like, say, people were doing with stalkers and stuff, and how those situations went. And I think, you know, because sometimes there's a lot of people that do urban exploration and abandoned places, which we've talked about here before, but sometimes they get some other visitors in there that aren't, there's some crazy people sometimes. So yeah, that's kind of some of the cases I was looking into, and I think it's pretty wild that Murdaugh is getting another trial. That's that's something that was unexpected, and I don't know when that trial starts, but I'll definitely be interested in that. Oh, great! You had pool day. Oh, it's warm enough because where I am, it's warm, and it is definitely warm where you are too. And so that's why it's good to you got to do pool day. I'm sure it was you had a good time. Yeah, and really the pool is a nice place to, which I've done pool. You know, of course I swam in a pool before. I was taught by some pretty. I went to pool schools about learning how to swim in different strokes and stuff. I haven't done that since I was a teenager, but I am good with the swimming stuff. So I think, and pools would be a fun place to go. I mean, one time there is a, I've used all kinds of different pool activities, like you could have, or there's water guns, different pool toys, and even a water ski. Not a water ski, but it was a little, um, like a little boat thing you could kind of like ride on. I have to think of the name of it. But yeah, I'll get the name of that in a second. So she said I had to do all the Ishmike would have done, and I did not like it. Sweeping leaves, brushing down the pool, filling cooler. Oh, right. Yeah, now you got to do it, and that it certainly isn't really an entertaining thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've done that before, and I have been around, done it myself too. It's definitely can be tedious. The water, everything's floating around everywhere. It's hard to get it just right. So yeah, scared. Yeah, because one time I was on this little speedboat, kind of like, it's kind of like a motorcycle, but it's a little boat thing, and I was in an Olympic pool one time, a really big one, and it was like a day when the summer camp was about to be ending, and they let us. I had these little boat things. You just go, just speed around like you're on a motorcycle. So yeah, there's definitely nice summer activities to do. Oh, okay, nice, nice. Yeah, I there's also a water park where I live. Well, not where I live, but much farther north of me. It's in the same state, and there is this. It was a nice water park. They have these like monstrous slides, and people could just go down them, and these different water activities. So, I mean, the water parks are really fun, and I don't think it's still open because of some. It wasn't because of a hurricane. This was like a couple of years ago. I'll swap your summer for my winter. Oh yeah, yeah. Because right now where you are, it's either fall or winter. They tell me it's fall where you are, but maybe it's winter too. Also, but yeah, that's what I'm told. But yeah, those are very good. The Okay, let's see. Oh well, I could just simply search it over here. That would be better. Okay. Yeah, and there's a official way that you have like a the Egyptian pools are kind of interesting, where the ancient Egyptians had these like long, narrow-looking pools, and on the Nile. So there's lots of Roman and Egyptian type of designs in those things. My grandparents used to have a pool in their old house where they used to live, but they don't have that anymore currently because but they had a pool though. Oh, and speak of uh, there he is. Hello, Richard. I was just talking about your pool you used to have uh, over at the other house you used to where you used to live. They used to have a pool. You used to have a pool over there because we're talking about pools right now. Good to see you, Richard. And like I said, New Zealand is so far away from me, it might as well be on the moon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Starting to creep in from autumn to winter, but honestly, autumn is almost as cold as winter here. Yeah, because my sister used to live in Australia, which is kind of close to where New Zealand is, and it would be really interesting to see how in New Zealand they would in Australia their summers and winters were totally different. It's like it's the opposite season of what where we are. They're in the opposite season down there, and Oh, Catalina Pool. Yes, Lakeview, Catalina Pool. Yeah, yeah. And the true Mookie, it's great, far removed, and forgot about it here. Some apps don't even have New Zealand. And Richard is my grandpa, by the way. Okay. And let's see. And let's go here. Yeah, and yeah, it was the type of pool that we're talking about here is going to be mentioned right this way. All right, so the Catalina pool generally refers to the popular long. Oh, thank you, Moki. Appreciate that shout out right there. The Catalina pool generally refers to a popular long-standing model of fiberglass swimming pool manufactured by several companies, notably by San Juan Pools. And it is widely known for the following characters: shape. It features conservative kidney shape size. It considered medium-sized pool, often cited as holding approximately 6,800 gallons of water. It is specifically designed as a space-saving option for smaller backyards and urban environments. Its features include shallow end entry step, 5 foot 9 swimming out and seat maintenance design. Oh, yes, UAP. That is a very cool. We talked about on here before. There's a type of theory that in Egypt there's Egyptian type monuments in the Grand Canyon. Yeah. Now, and Moki, the type of pool that I swam in one time looked like that one right there. This kind of big Olympic sized pool we see. It looked kind of like that. But the other types of pool, like this is like a basic backyard pool, like what my family had in another place they lived. Something like that. Yeah, there's a portal there, allegedly. Yeah. I know, I know. There's no need to restrict it, and we will show this. Let's see, this next part right here. It's That's red, so we're going to show this right here. All right, the Grand Canyon theory is that 1909 newspapers report that alleging that an underground man-made city of Egyptian artifacts, mummies, and hieroglyphs was discovered deep within the canyon and subsequently covered by the Smithsonian Institution. While the story remains a popular topic among proponents of the its hidden history, we have it's a fascination that many have not seen, or they say it's not there, but many have alleged at the time that it was real. Right? The 1909 discovery legend. On April 1909, Arizona published a front page article that titled "The Explorations in the Grand Canyon." The claim a man named G.E. Kincaid claimed that while navigating Colorado River, he found a massive man-made tunnel system high up on a canyon wall. And he reportedly discovered, among other things, mummies wrapped in bark cloth and statues, Egyptian-style deities, including the lotus flower, sometimes interpreted as Oriental or Tibetan. BP says there was an Indian dude here in New Zealand who was caught on camera washing his bum in public swimming pool. Scared. Yeah, nobody should be doing that. Yeah. All right, tablets with hieroglyphs and copper weapons and tools. A massive underground city capable of housing thousands of people. So they found tablets and hieroglyphs and copper weapons and tools. A massive underground city capable of housing thousands of people. And there's a link. Reports suggested that Native Americans in the area were descendants of Egyptian slaves. Or cover up and suppress evidence. The Smithsonian involvement. The article claimed that Professor S.A. Jordan G.E. Kinnaird led the expedition funded by Smithsonian Institution. There's disappearances. The theory claims that after the initial reporting, the Smithsonian Institution took charge of the site, sealed it off, and removed all artifacts, completely denying any knowledge of the expedition discovery. Oh yeah, they have a lot to answer for because the Smithsonian has so many, involvement with this and covering up stuff. It's crazy. No fly zones. Conspiracy theories argue that the restricted area in the Grand Canyon, often sited near the Marble Canyon and South Rim, are actually guarded locations holding the entrance to this lost city. Lori, good to see you. It was nice seeing you as always. All right, so deep storage vaults. There's theories that there's vast networks of secret basements and holds forbidden artifacts. Popular culture, like the final scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, heavily feeds the imagery because I believe a lot of times in these movies you have history that is actually true, what these people do, And for instance, like there really are storage vaults of these things, and that with the Raiders of the Lost Ark, we're accurately depicting what people are actually seeing, in real life. But they put it in a movie to give you a subliminal message about it. Oh, hello there, Aaron. I fed Rhonda my sourdough star. Oh, okay. Well, it is glad that you can join us, Aaron. And I hope all your chickens and everything is going good. And I am delighted to see you. I had this today. I was doing some maintenance and the stuff in the yard to fix things up in there. And I mean, it's a nice yard, but I was clearing out some stuff. So and it's looking good. And so that's funny, Aaron. Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad I got that done and I'm here now. Already said I was watching BP Earth Watch earlier. Lake Mead is getting low. Turbines have to shut down. It gets too low. Oh, oh, Lord, scared. And Aaron said Rhonda is a strong alcoholic who's seen some stuff. Seemed fitting for my starter. I really put her through it. I hear what you're saying. I was very well said. Yeah, and here we finally have it all together now, and we welcome uh, the entire crew together, even with even Rhonda is welcomed as well. Aaron said, "Hey UAP, Lori, Alien, and oh, I guess what's up, Mokaroni." Yeah, shout out to all of you. Like having a baby, yeah. It definitely sounds involved. Yeah, I love that. That's very witty right there, Mokaroni. Mokaroni. All right, and Mokaroni with extra cheese. All right, so to be fair, a star can be ignored at the back of the fridge for months, so a tad easier than the bay. The bebe, yeah. That's true. You have some things that could be in the fridge for a generation in there. All right, and UAP says sourdough toast with cottage cheese, alpha sprouts, and small silicon mandarin. Yep, very delicious. Very good. I'm sure the Smithsonian is hiding much information about sourdough and uh, macaroni and cheese and Rhonda and all the whole thing because they have definitely that inside their defaults. And Aaron said, so many combos, WP, just a good old fashioned load it with butter and flaky salt or honey. Yeah, you see, the key to everything is butter. That's really the antidote, the secret formula, so to speak, is the butter. Honey's excellent. I mean, one time I was talking to some of the people on the yellow on the podcast about uh, these types of like creating your own honey hive to harvest honey because fresh honey is very good. Because with I think one of my ancestors had a honey. I don't know, like call it a honey farm or something, but Yeah, the dude harvested honey, and it has to be very delicious. As I will be out seriously, like butter or whatever or honey from an actual farm or home done is better than a grocery store. It's like tasting night and day. Sourdough is a butter delivery device. Ah, so it's like an upgrade. Okay. So yeah, I think that is it needs to be put with everything. It'll be the complete the entire meal. Melty butter on fruit toast. Yeah, with some jam, and it could be hot, like say like an English muffin with all that, with some butter. Then I think you got yourself the perfect breakfast right there. Vehicle A. Yeah. UAP. I don't even think I knew that, but I will say that their spittle is. I can understand it's cringe in a way, but it is delicious. I didn't kind of think of it myself just now. I didn't really realize it. Like I'm thinking they just produced it just naturally. Like just it's just something that just there. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But I'll say it got some spittle that tastes better than anything else. They had the best spittle on earth. Not from those darn humans though. Those uh, not those Earthlings, but definitely the bees. Aliens are similar to a beehive mentality, similar to the Greys. So the aliens in space probably have some galactic spittle themselves, but we're gonna focus on the bees on Earth because they're the sweetest ones. Yeah, yeah. I have bees that will, because I have these different floral plants, and every single year I'll have those every year. These floral plants also have sunflowers too that come up. And when you have all those plants everywhere, it's good for everything because the bees come, right? And the different other insects. And it's good for the environment and the ecosystem. Like Lori was complimenting me on my ecosystem. That when we watch it in the morning, it's a ecosystem that is very good. You know, and also, as I said, I like seeing the bees and the different butterflies and moths. You see, it's a healthy ecosystem because a lot of places don't have any of those things, and some places don't have any bees or any butter. I mean, any butterflies. So if it's chemicals people they're spraying or a combination of things, it's good that the environment here is chill. Leafy says it's like the protein powders used by bodybuilders. Check out. Oh, okay. Yeah, the protein. I know exactly what you mean. It's a. It seems that nature's filled up to the brig with all kinds of surprises. It seems. Weird. Yes, a heart from Mother Nature. Yeah, yeah. And I know people in Europe and Germany and stuff that they don't have any bees over there or butterflies, and I've debated them about what this exact problem is, but I do think you know whatever they're spraying over there isn't really good because I will say with tobacco, right? Like tobacco can be a good uh, poison. I know good poison doesn't make any sense or makes me sound kind of crazy, but it's a good poison to deter things from plants, but it can delete everything else though. So, uh, like if people are using pesticides that are going to delete everything, it's not really that good for the environment, right? So, I think that you know farmers and stuff in the past used tobacco for as a repellent for insects. That just kind of give you all what I'm talking about because I just mentioned tobacco like out of nowhere, but that's basically what the reason is. And tobacco is also smoked, in a pipe or cigarette form or whatever, or cigars. But it's a cool plant to grow. You know, but you have to be very careful with it because if you touch it, you get sick. You know, if it seeps in your body, so you have to like it's like poison ivy on steroids, but it actually make you ill. Like if you like touch it, so you have to wear like gloves and long sleeves and all that stuff. If bees dies, that would be the end of humanity. Yeah, we would be finished. Yeah. Good evening, mermaid. It's always great to see you. And yeah, mermaid, I you are very fortunate that you have not been stung by a bee, but now we that reminds me of Amber Heard of she had her dog get stung by a bee. Unfortunately, she's being a little bit irresponsible, but her dog got stung by a bee. But yeah, I've been stung by a bee before a couple of times. When a bee gets stung, that's when its stinger gets popped out. So in mythology, in like Greek mythology, there's this goddess, and she wanted a stinger to protect uh for you know. Oh wait, I'm gonna pull up the story, but to like protect her offspring, right? And then what happened was Zeus gave her the stinger, but it would only be used one time, before she died. So that's the mythology origins of the bee with the Greek mythology. But yeah, so it is painful. I mean, it's okay, mermaid. It feels like a pinch, really hard, like a really hard pinch that is like twisting and grinding in you a little bit. Then it let go. Then it like stops, but you keep feeling it, kind of like a vibration of it. And then you see it on the ground, like you see a bee on the ground. I remember one time I was in the middle of the night. Somehow it got in my shirt, and I felt something pinch me hard, and it was a bee. I don't, 2 in the morning, there's a bee still active. I'm a lucky man, am I? Yeah, it is definitely mermaid. But I'll say a wasp is real painful, and also mermaid. I was the last time I got stung by a wasp. I was watching SNS a couple months ago, mermaid with y'all, and I was fooling with some elephant ear plants, and I was like kind of pulling out the weeds, and something got me good, man. It got me good in my finger. I got freaked out because I thought some uh, poisonous spider or something bit me. It doesn't necessarily be a poisonous spider, but a spider bit. I thought a spider got me. So it was actually, I just confirmed it was a wasp because it wasn't two fangs. I just was lucky again. But then again, I must have been like aggravating its nest. It was probably trying to sleep, and there's like an alien. And then that how it worked. Right. You've been bitten by a bumblebee. Scared. All right. And Lori said, I grew a tobacco plant once. It had lovely smelling yellow flowers. Oh, that's cool. I work amongst the honeybees, wasps in my garden, no problem, but I once accidentally grabbed a wasp while trimming a shrub. Yeah. You see, wasps like to sting me sometimes. I'm a sucker for pain. I like pain to an extent, but wasps kind of take that uh, privilege and really kind of go too far with it sometimes. Oh, Moki said Erin her sourdough. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's got me in the ankle one time. Uh, Other times it got me in the arm. It got some of my yellow jacket too. Yeah. So my grandpa got stung by like a whole nest of them one time. Yeah, Lori, I'm not laughing at him. I'm laughing at the chat saying about the sourdough. Yeah. And so it can be pretty cringe to experience something like that. And UAP says Wasps are the worst. They don't lose their stinger. They just keep stinging you over and over again. Nasty little buggers. Yeah, dude. Like it's they don't like hold back. They just keep on going over and over again. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, yeah, I was tired, passed out early last night. Okay. Mocaroni. I'm very excited person. Don't be jelly. That's what Aaron says. Okay. And Murray said, I rarely show up there these days. Even Alien was there too. Oh, hi, yeah, Mermaid. It's been a while since I've been over there because of the garden streams, which have been one of the most tremendous successful campaigns I I had on the channel so far. You know, I'll say it'll be up there in the top successful campaigns because you know, and shout out to all those that came from the Garden Lives, including UAP. You know, we've had some really cool conversations about you know UAPs and stuff out there. So yeah, I it just has been so long, Mermaid, since I've had the my old schedule. You know, so I wanted to visit and got to see some of our friends, and let's see, I remember Mermaid. I would just I would be in the garden at night. I always would walk around at night and I'd listen to some like music or whatever and look at the sky, stars, whatever, and look at the garden. And eventually, sometimes you would come on and I go to you or him. Yeah, so I enjoyed that. I mean, I've been having like a blitzkrieg schedule. The last week, you know, I had like 20 minutes or an hour of sleep in little parts, and the rest I was streaming a day and night. I mean, I had no problem with it, but it was one of the most uh, hardcore streaming of things ever because I was streaming a trial and we were streaming the garden because I like being a night owl, so I'm being a night owl and during the day at the same time. So I just it's been really interesting. Being out there until the sun comes up is something really cool too. So yeah, it was nice seeing everyone last night at the other place. Yeah, we have our own channels, but good to pop in. Oh yeah, yeah. Lately so tired just keeps going. Oh, and also I in Mermaid, I also see you, you know, modding the chat in the Garden Lives too. You'd be up real late in the Garden Lives, which I with you know because there's a late night crew in the Garden Lives that goes there because there's all kinds of different shifts on the spaceship. You know, there's all kinds of different streaming groups and different people that come on board, and you know, there's people in Asia and the Oceania, which is Australia, New Zealand region that watch us. There's a lot of different areas. It's daytime, you know, and there's people from different countries and cultures that come in that are quite fascinating to exchange information with. So, pretty cool. Oh yeah, Mermaid, absolutely. I look forward to seeing it, and you're doing really good with it. You know, and it's growing big. It's growing quickly. It's like in 1 minute you blink, you have it's like you have five, and then the next minute you blink and you have you know 100, 200. It'll just and it keeps on going up. So yeah, that is really cool. It'll keep going. So yeah, I remember the other night, Claude caught himself a mouse, and it was just on camera. I just like I switched over, and we see this cat with the when a cat catches a mouse, they have a real their shoulders are held back and their heads are held up high, and they look real proud. They just walk with it in their mouth. It's like it looks like he won the jackpot. Yeah, nighttime's your audience too. Yeah, we definitely were night owls. Yeah, UAP, I agree, and it's very unfortunate that they are being restricted behind that curtain. You know, they have like an iron curtain. They had unless the Chinese and North Koreans who had internet restricted. Yeah, I mean UAP, you and I be able to talk to so many different people if they weren't in slavery by the communist regime. It's unfortunate. But yeah, I definitely be nice if we could somehow crack that and get all those people in our stream. That'd be so cool. Because we talked to people in Japan and other parts of Asia and Russia too. And thankfully Russia was able to free themselves from the. Although people may argue that Russia still has problems, people may argue that, but they are not under Soviet Bolshevik slavery anymore, and there's people in Russia that come in and talk to us, and it's nice to see everybody internationally, our international subs. Cool. And all right, so it's crazy. You never know who's watching Indonesia, China, Australians. Yeah, and oh yeah, we definitely get Indonesians and we get people in India and people from various different countries, and we debate theology. We discuss theology. We discuss because there's different religions there. We talk about different cultural things, talk about UFOs, and it's very fascinating. It truly is. Uh, and like they could see where I am, and they tell me about where they are. It's really cool. Really cool. Oh, thank you, Lori. That is certainly a crazy milestone indeed. The 2K subs. That is what, yeah, and it is a big milestone, and we have reached 2K. It fluctuates a little bit. Like it might go to 198 to 199 to 2000. Now, as we do more garden streams and other stuff, it'll you know go past 2K. But yeah, I am appreciate the 2K. I mean, that's wild. I mean, I remember when it was so small, and then it's getting bigger. 2,000. I mean, I remember when it got to 1,000. Now it's 2,000. It's a 2K rather. It really is something. Really indeed. And it's truly marveling. Appreciate all the different people I've been through over time, through its beginning, and everyone that came here, even if not everybody is here at the moment, was essential for the spaceship to be where it is now. And Aaron was going to file an appeal standard here. Okay, let's see. It's crazy. You never know who's watching. Let's see. Sons and eyes. Oh, oh. I hope everything goes well with that Mogi. When aliens says "Take me to your leader," to them, when aliens say "Take me to your leader," we take them to Claude. Yes, we take them to Claude. Like when everyone talks about Bigfoot and mythical creatures. Oh, you like that? A mermaid. I remember when mermaid. There was one night we reached, I think, the most views of one night. It was when we were peaking toward the three. Although we didn't exactly hit 3K just yet, when we were approaching 3K, when we were like about to approach it, there was that night, and there were so many people in the chat. It was like a horde. A horde. You know what a horde is? It's like you had this like a army of a giant group of armies coming in. Right? The Persians or the Mongols. It was like a horde. There's a the team who horde came in, and there was all these some trolls, You had some people that actually saw something. You have a dude that's looking for his water and his keys. You got some random chicks that became members all from out of nowhere. You have people sending super chats. It's a that night was wild, and you were modding it. You did an excellent job with Anna, and she was a little bit confused about what was going on exactly. But I was just like, "This is what happens. It's these streams will get a lot of traffic more than these live streams that we're doing right here, these computer ones, because the YouTube algorithms like pumping this stuff out. The phone lines are pumping it out like a machine. So yeah, Mermaid. I remember we were talking with some native indigenous people from the United States that were talking about their Bigfoot sightings, and we were talking about the different cryptids, and we do that quite often, Mermaid, and we talking to people all over the world about it. And there was these people that one dude was telling me, Mermaid, he was in the woods and he saw there's trees and he saw a big thing with red eyes and it was Bigfoot and it was menacing. And that one was quite wild. And then there was people that saw the cryptids and the indigos. No, the Wendigo. Yeah, there's one person who was saying that the Wendigo followed him home, and the Wendigo was a deer, but it was like weird, and it kept following him around. So that was yeah, Mermaid. Those are really intense indeed. Yeah. And then we have yeah, Smoke. Yeah, I saw there was something about pandas where they on Tucker Carlson had a dude in his show, and they're talking about how the pandas must have been engineered. Oh, congratulations to whoever graduated. Uh, uh, Nana, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. And Nana does excellent also with the on the garden show as well, and along with our late night crew that goes there. And there was so shout out to you. So oh yeah, the pandas. So there's this conspiracy theory that the pandas were invented later by some scientists or some official breeders. And with these official breeders, they were they were creating it, and it may be some sort of another type of animal, like you know a badger or a wolf or something like that. And it was created just to eat bamboo. It was like a bamboo eating machine, and that they're actually fake. There's also this other type of panda that's an orange one that people think is completely artificial. So yeah, there's a conspiracy theory about pandas aren't really what we think they are. I have a panda coin. They're okay. So different countries have bullion and or like not. That was kind of a word that doesn't make any sense. What I meant to say is there's countries that will give out coins of like a like a coin that's like a little silvery looking coin or something, right? So the I'm actually gonna show you what I'm talking about because I'm just kind of like going on a rant here. Coin, right? And you see, like there's these panda coins, right? And you see, and you have the Chinese government puts out gold and silver panda coins because we're talking about like investing and stuff, and these are examples of like uh, asset things that people put their money into. So there's the like, silver or gold ones, and people stack these things to the sky. Right, genetically engineered animals created to eat invasive bamboo. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, genetically to eat bamboo. Yeah, that was something a very interesting conspiracy theory. A very interesting one indeed. I remember when we saw that. Oh yeah, me too. UAP. Mermaid Alien one night when he talked about the bat squatch. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Okay, yeah. So Yeah, and this is see an orange panda. This is not exactly what I was talking about, but it's cute. There's a what's it called? Orange panda, panda big. What was this thing? You're gonna show me food? No. Um, well, that's not what I want to put there. Put that there. What's it called? A dog? I don't know. Well, whatever it was, doesn't quite remember the name of the one. Okay, so let's just put this one. Yeah, that's probably it, I guess. But it's a cute panda. He looks kind of like a raccoon. Yes, it is the future of New Zealand. Yeah. Humans always running around creating solutions to problems they cause by playing God. Yeah, a lot of see that's the same thing that the fallen angels did in the Book of Enoch, where in the Bible. So the Bible and the Torah and all these different books from Abrahamic religion say the same thing, that there's this angels that came down and created these hybrids called the Nephilim, and they were trying to play God, and that's exactly what those things did. And that's what we're doing too. Yes, I know who that is from Kung Fu Panda. Oh, get me started on Kung Fu Panda. Let's see, Panda Funny. Yeah, when that movie was coming out, I I liked the I saw the Kung Fu Panda movie, and they had some toys at uh, McDonald's, and I got a lot of them. Yeah, that was a big thing at the time. And when I got the toy, I was like, "Whoa! This is such a cool thing to get the toys of it." So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool movie. It had a lot of good life lessons in there too. I think the annoying starling bird was brought to the U.S. simply because famous poet liked them. Well, there's actually a thing in my yard called the. There's a. Unfortunately, there's this thing, a Madagascar worm that's really, really big, and it's slimy and gooey, and it's kind of toxic. But by the grace of the Lord, I'm still here. Because there's times where I'll feel something wet and saggy, and there's this giant brown gooey thing clustered on my calf, and I always knew it was something not good, but I'm still here, and I always wipe it off with soap and water, and I like sprint, and here I am, because it has an incurable neurotoxin. As I said, I am here, and scientists don't really know what it does or what it can do or not do. So I guess I was the test subject, so to speak. And as I said, I'm still alive. So either I was it's a miracle or both. I attribute God to me being here in general. So I'm not by His grace I am always here no matter what. If it's His will. And I you know, I guess if you eat it, that's where the problem starts. But I was apprehensive to know what it was, but I'm still alive, so I looked at it and they're like, yeah, it's an incurable neurotoxin, so don't touch it. But I'm like, touch it. It was like, oh, my calf. It was dating my calf. A group of pandas is called an embarrassment. Literally. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's called an embarrassment. Yeah. And there goes Alien scared, scaring me again. Scared. The most well recognized noun. And okay, so it is most widely and recognized as collective noun for giant pandas. It is very venerary, like literally caught. It is literally caught on because pandas are famously clumsy, awkward, and prone to tumbling over themselves. Yeah, that is hilarious. Yeah, hilarious. Bamboo, another accepted though less common term inspired by their favorite food. Cupboard, a very rare old fashioned collective nouns of pandas. A pack. Pack. And yeah, let's see. Panda. Okay, so that's a group of pandas. An embarrassment of pandas. What an embarrassment. Scared. I like them. They're silly. There's something else. Those pandas. That embarrassment of pandas. Okay, there's something there. All right. Oh, good, good. I'll certainly go look at it. All right, and Mary Tool is about to come inside in a moment. I didn't believe it when I first heard it, but it's true. Yeah, it's very funny indeed. Very funny. I got it. Yeah. And also, giant pandas are hilarious and uncoordinated antics, which often makes them look like humans clumsily suited as bears. Well, they look like they are failing at basic physics. Much of their silly behavior is actually built in mechanisms for conserving energy and playing. And let's go this way. All right, let's go this way. Anyway. Oh yes, Nan. I went and looked at it, and a very lovely photo indeed. Yes, glad you posted that. And there is the panda ball. Pandas love somersaults, roll backward, and tumble down grassy hills. Reason because they sit completely still eating bamboo for up to 12 hours a day. Their legs occasionally fall asleep. Rolling is an easy way to get down the hill without using muscle energy. They are genuinely find it funny. They love to fall asleep. Oh yes, my pleasure, Ned. Falling or gravity, tree falling. But yes, pandas are really, uh, really cool. Really cool. Wobbly climbers, baby pandas love to scale trees, but haven't quite figured out how to get back down. Uh, Floppy drops. They will frequently lose their grip and fall face first out of the branches, uh, landing with a heavy thud. Fortunately, their thick layers of fat and dense fur act like a built-in airbag, meaning they almost always bounce right back up without injury. Dramatic food face grimaces. Bamboo chews. Pandas sometimes make incredibly dramatic, pained-looking grimace while chewing on bamboo. Bite force. Despite their goofy expressions, they aren't hurting. They actually possess one of the most powerful jaw bites in Animal Kingdom, capable of easily snapping thick bamboo or crushing metal. And they crush metal too. Wow. They're like billy goats. The goats like to eat tin cans and things like that. The tree drape. Pandas will fall asleep draped backwards over a single tree branch, with all four limbs dangling into the empty air. Belly flop. They are also notorious for passing out flat on their backs with their legs spread wide or face down in the dirt after a heavy eating session. The leg hug. In a sanctuary videos, pandas often turn daily cleaning into comedy routine by grabbing into zookeepers' legs like an anchor. They will refuse to go, dragging behind workers as they sweep of the old upper bamboo. Okay, yeah. Let's see the igloo thingy. Let's see. Yeah, they're very funny indeed. Yeah. The squeeze. The panda's wedges in front half of the tiny igloo door, getting completely stuck halfway through. Its round bottom and legs remain hilariously stranded on the outside, kicking the air. Fluffy reality. Like cats, pandas actually look much larger than they are because of extreme dense thick fur layers. This often tricks them into thinking they can fit into tiny spaces, leading to hilarious miscalculations. Instead of panicking like most animals do when stuck, the pandas usually just pause, takes a breath, and slowly wiggles back or rolls the entire igloo over. Their incredibly flexible spines and heavy fat padding allow them to squeeze, roll, and drop out tight spaces completely unharmed. Yeah, I think definitely with the pandas. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, all right. Let's see. We're gonna get it in a moment. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right, all right. Here we go. Reaction to this. Yeah, that is absolutely absolutely hilarious. Okay, let's see again. Okay. Yeah, that was some gold right there. Definitely gold. Okay, and yeah, humans in bear suits. Yeah. Yes, definitely hilarious indeed. Okay, so several specific panda behavior that proves animals are just actors in suits. So uncanny human movements. Pandas often sit flat on their butts with their backs leaning against walls, scratching their bellies, or lazily eating bamboo while the paws just like a person sitting on a couch watching TV. Extreme clumsiness. Their tendency to trip, do random somersaults, and fall out of trees looks like human trying to navigate top heavy, uncoordinated mascot costume. Yes, he knows what he was doing was entertaining. And the confidence of the panda is very noticeable because when he gets stuck, he has no sweat and he just kind of puts his legs around and gets himself through. Like he knows what he's doing for the humans and he enjoys it. Yeah. So heavy duty uncoordinated mascot costume. Right. Evolutionary anomalies. Skeptics point out to the pandas having digestive tract of a carnivore but choose to eat low calorie bamboo for 12 hours a day. They have an incredibly low mating drive to incapacity in captivity. Skeptics joke that a real wild animal would have gone extinct, so they must be messed up in a lab experiment or a hoax. All right, real world incidents that have fueled the fire. Panda dogs. Several uh, zoos, notably in China, have been caught on dogs in black, white, like a miniature panda cubs and attraction tours. Yeah, I saw something like that a couple months ago. The dyed sunburn bear, or the sun bear. In the late 80s, the private zoo in Taiwan was exposed for the painting a sun bear black and white to pass off as a giant panda. Zookeepers in costumes. At legitimate breeding centers like the Wolong National Nature Reserve, the real zookeepers actually do wear the full panda costumes soaked in panda urine. This is done intentionally so the captive born cubs do not get accustomed to human contact before being released to the wild. For a rare few who take the theory a bit more seriously, they argue that the panda diplomacy is a massive financial and political scheme because China owns almost every single panda on Earth and leases them to global zoos for 1 million a year. Conspiracy suggests that the country manufactured a fake adorable animal to gain soft political power and steady revenue from Western governments. Now, if the pandas are actually made up, they would have to be regular bears or raccoons engineered by humans or highly advanced robotic animatronics. Now, if we look deep into this, is that the raccoon theory, because giant pandas have false thumbs or for holding bamboo masks around their eyes and skeleton very similar to red panda, which is closely related to the raccoon and weasel. Many scientists insist that the giant pandas were just giant mutated raccoons. Other scientists argue that they looked, walked, and smelled like bears. Now, the mainstream narrative is it wasn't until 1985 that the advanced genetic testing finally proved that the giant panda is genetically a true bear. They split from the main bear family tree, according to this theory, 19 million years ago, making the most ancient basal bear species active. Now, if it's true what we're saying online, and there it was a hoax to make people in the zoo tourism, they would be people incredibly high-end Hollywood mascot suits. All right, and as recently as 2024, multiple zoos in China faced immense backlash after visitors realized giant pandas enclosures were actually chow chow dogs dyed black and white. Dogs walk like dogs, painted, barked, and exposed cheap trick instantly. So they are either a highly specialized ancient branch of bear that evolved to eat wood. You know, so the mainstream narrative is that it's a type of bear that broke away that just ate wood, or it's a mutated version of a raccoon or one of these other type of animals, or the other theory that might be a little bit out there, according to some, is that it might be people in suits. UAP says, I want to live in a bubble and oxygen in the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean. All fishes can glare at me. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and this giant pandas almost exclusively eat bamboo, which makes about 99% of their daily diet. This bamboo is incredibly low in nutrients and mostly made of ingestible fiber. Panda has to spend up 12 hours a day chewing, consuming massive quantities just to stay alive. Massive quantities. An adult giant panda must eat between 26 to 84 pounds to 38 kgs of bamboo every single day. Oh, I definitely agree, Nan. That's true. Oh yeah, I believe they would have zoos, and maybe we're in them, and other creatures that they have on their planets. I definitely think that. I think that part of the alien abduction theory might be them doing that. Yeah, exactly. We are their zoo. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So it's actually in the other part is where I have to go. All right, be back in a moment. Something came in. Hey, BRB. All right, back in day, friend and I both saw a massive orange orb coming down, looking at our faces, looking into the face of God, and the first time for me seeing the unknown, and you could even imagine, right? Wow, yeah, it's very unsettling. Being captive in alien zoo, seeing all those things looking back at you, yeah. was calm and peaceful. Okay. Well, thank you, AP, for saying about your experience. Because yeah, everyone describes different types of encounters or experiences with them, and I think it's really interesting how everyone has their own types of stories. The unsettling came from when I started analyzing the video footage and then questions in my mind afterwards. All right, UAP, what kind of questions did you have in your mind about it? Out of curiosity. And I think in the moment it could be like an allure, like something is luring your way, but the lure could just be a trap for them trying to pull people in, like a when you're fishing and you have a lure, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of reminds me of War of the Worlds, and they had these little camera things they would kind of put in these places to look at and try to observe the humans what they're doing. Yeah. A tractor beam. Yeah. We watched them, but I've not seen one. Yeah, yeah, I saw a blue orb before. Just in general question, what are they and why are they here? The purpose of the colors movements basically questioning the impossible. Oh, yes, that definitely is something to ponder on. I definitely agree. So I saw what I guess was a white orb flying over me when I was in the wilds last June. Yeah, I saw one fly come from the horizon. And when we talk about the USOs, it makes more sense because it probably came from water and went upward. Yeah, because the it's kind of crazy when you see it in person. It's like freaky but fascinating. Where he said, "I'm so literal and technical. I started running through the things like too low for a satellite, no blue or blinking lights." Yeah, you see, Lori, I thought it was a drone or some, but then I was kind of like, it could have been a UFO also. Then I looked at it closely, and there's just no way. It's like it had no blinking lights on them. There's just no way. You start ruling out normal stuff, yeah. UAP says, okay, I have a theory that they are within a different light spectrum and we cannot see somehow. Sometimes they show themselves, then you see them just slip away. It's bizarre. Yeah, I know, because this, as I said, it looked like a star or a planet you see in the sky, and it kind of like zigzagged up, and it was like levitating. It's kind of like, how's it going up that fast? Like the thing was an entity of some kind. It was its own person. It was kind of being silly, just kind of flying upwards. Glad I took a video of it because, a lot of people like they'll see the aliens in their yard and they don't take a video of it. But I'm like, nah, we're gonna take a video of this. I just wish it was done on the iPhone instead of the iPod. It would have been a little bit better, but it doesn't matter because I took a video anyway. And it wasn't like a Timu phone or a Timu iPod or something. It was real, like a real good one. Just that the phone was better. The thing is, though, the crazy thing of the phone is that the phone that I have, the older phone, is kind of like the iPod of the newer phone that I have. So that's pretty, cool over time how things change. Imagine being an iPhone and you get labeled an iPod. It's kind of funny. See, the newer phone has a much better battery. The other one didn't last as long, but I still use the old one because I didn't transfer them exactly just yet. But uh, so I use both of them. But yeah, it's definitely a better battery. That's where we're able to last longer. Yeah, I think I saw a shooting star UFO one time. It flew over me. I thought it was a comet, but now I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, UAP. Yeah, I will. Kind of difficult to see it, but you'll see it. If that makes any sense. Let's see. All right. There's a lot of things called UFO. 702 views. It's cool. 4 years ago. That's a long time. Really going down memory lane right here. Cool. Well, that's astronomical phenomena. You're welcome. If I don't get it right now, I'll get it to you at some point. I remember what the title of it was called. But there's so many things in here called UFO. Well, UFO. How could I say? Oh, that was actually that was a good one, the Merlin one. And they had the Headless Horseman. Those were good videos. How many years ago was the other one? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, or that was Beowulf. I did a lot of shorts about Headless Horseman, Beowulf, and a couple other things. And that was pretty nice. At 48. Give me if I fall asleep, I hit the running at 7 a.m. It's a 4 hour drive. Oh, it's all good, man. I appreciate you being here and thanks for letting me know. Well, I see a lot of these videos and things that I did do, and I had quite a interesting throughout the different generations of the channel. Is that it? It's not it. I remember it was. I got like 1,000 videos. 2 years ago. That was pretty cool. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally. There it is. Okay, where is he? Where is he? He's right there. All right, that's the video UAP. It was from 4 years ago. Took me a moment to find it, but it's there. I don't know if you could see it that well, but this was the iPod. It wasn't the iPhone, but now the iPhone is the iPod of the new phones. So there's always like or a few times. Yeah, I remember that they only got like because it's like that was a pretty wild experience. Oh, thanks, Ori. Glad that you like the sound effects. Yeah, because I was like asking people at that time. Now that was early in the channels, so yeah, there was this. Miratil's is about to come in. Or I guess not. Okay, so anyway, yeah, the it was 4 years ago. There wasn't like the people we have here now, with our UFO community, but it was a pretty big. It didn't really get like it was just kind of a smaller group back then, but we have a bigger group now. Now, Lori, in the video, did you see it? The thing that was flying around, because I don't know how clear it was to regular viewers. So when I saw it in person, it was quite large. It was, I mean, it wasn't like large, but it was quite a big thing. Uh, so that was before I got into trials, by the way. It was before I got into trials. That's when the UAP was all. When I saw that thing. And let's see about yeah the UAP. Okay, thank you for your take on that. Because yeah, circle around would help. Yeah, because there was no blinking lights in it. It was just a UFO just chilling there and hovering upwards and observing me. I remember I was like, I was on a podcast. I got off the show and I was like, whoa. Uh, I'm, I was startled, but I knew how to take out because we were talking about before with the originals. Oh, and I just rest in peace headphone users. If y'all heard some boom noise, I flinged my microphone across the table. I don't know how that happened, but it's I don't know. I use that much force, but yeah, I flinged it across the table. And when zoom, there we go. Oh, it was an orb. Okay. Yep. Well, thank you, AP. I appreciate your feedback on that because I'm glad that after 4 years, I got my feedback from chat because it was just back then. It was a smaller little group, and they must have, not known what it was. So that's good that have your take on it because uh, it was extremely startling and fascinating. I was praying too because I had my suspicions about those things, and it vanished like it just vanished, just like a blink was gone. And Ori said, aliens sometimes don't get their own strength. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And yeah, it's just yeah, it seems to be my new obsession, man. The right there, yeah, with the panda ES, yeah. And we panda ass. That sounds like a good comeback. Somebody could roast somebody and say that there's a panda ass. Yeah. Thick pandas. And also, UAP says, I also get a feeling that they could be some kind of probe as well. Just a theory. Okay. They're a probe of some kind. I definitely think they could be a probe. Uh, also, yeah, there's something like that. Okay, pandas like captive pandas are often panda cakes, biscuits, and compressed grain corn to ensure They get proper nutrition. Wild pandas been caught on camera scavenging on animal carcasses or hunting small rodents. Insects are opportunity. Arises. Okay. A bamboo's diet is parts of the plant. They prefer the soft, nutritious, rich bamboo shots when they are in season. The rest of the year, much of the woody culms are green leaves. Rapid digestion. Their digestion stems are actually still designed for meat, meaning they can only digest about 17% of the bamboo they eat. The food passes through them just 5 to 8 hours, which is why they poop up to 40 times a day. So the bamboo ass has capabilities. uh, the the bamboo ass has their capabilities of atomic proportions. I don't want it. But Alien seems it seems like Alien wants it. Wants it. Um, unmanned probe from a mothership, and I say this because the orange one that my friend and I witnessed had crafts of light coming out of it. Those crafts of light uh, were what I recorded on vid. Ah, okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, it could be a probe, similar to like the War of the Worlds type concept. Uh, yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I and now UAP the the aircraft carrier. I mean, in a way, yes, an aircraft carrier would be considered a mothership. Looks like Mokaroni got the Timu sunburn. It seems. Here. Oh, the one chat. Oh, that night was crazy. Yeah, Passion came and chat was here, and chat kept on making wand jokes. That was wild. That was crazy. Yeah. I won it all. Yeah, I was cracking up so hard. Yeah, it was definitely too much. Definitely too much indeed. All right, and yeah, that was one fantastic laughing episode I had. Yeah, we were one in a bunch and one in a million. UAP said, in my opinion, there are definitely UAP motherships out there. Then so gutted I didn't get it on vid though. Oh yeah. One time Moki sent me a video that she found where it was all these orbs coming out of a portal. He's 72 years old. Whoa. Weird. Yeah, okay. That's a. I feel neutral. Yeah, it's been a that is a that he's getting up there. Yeah, he did very. I remember the Grease was good. Yeah, and the other movies he did, and now he's 72. Oh, he's been cloned. Okay, scared. Clint Eastwood would be getting old too. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he does, man. He doesn't look 72. He definitely doesn't look it. Yeah, I mean, it was just yesterday I graduated from high school, and here I am with all of you. And time does fly. Shout to my toodles. Let's see. He is 95 years old. Clint Eastwood is 95. Wow. John Travolta was 23 years old when he was in Greece. Oh, you got a birthday coming up. Okay. Nice. Yeah, he's 72 now. Yeah, that is true. UAP. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always the youngest. Yeah. Every chat room group, it seems to be the case. Yeah. Yeah. I also, so yeah, I'm the young alien, and Lori said 57 going on 89. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, it's it's quite fascinating. See, like with the internet and yeah, age is but a mere number. And well, I think it's cool that with the different ages, we all could like chill and hang out and stuff. I've been known to be an old soul, uh, or I get along with people my age, and I seem to get along with people older than me too. I think I was always like that for some reason. I don't know why. Knowledge was age, right? And so it's very cool to be with all of you and knowing the things from different time periods and stuff. You know, like we come from different generations, but we seem to be able to communicate efficiently. Yeah. Oh, understood, and and glad to have you on board. And yeah, because it is pretty cool that because it just the age isn't something that I even think about. Where I just feel like we're all like usually I just think we're all like the same. I do also believe like people continue to get older, but the mind may stay within a certain age range of 20s and 30s even as time goes on. So I do believe that yes, the most experienced of people could have a mind of how they were in 20 or 30s because one day I'll be getting older myself at some point. So I think but I'll still be who I am now, hopefully with more experience and knowledge, etc. Whatever I can attain with older age when I get older. But yeah, she's in her 70s. That is true. So yeah, I just figure or act as if we all are the same. I don't really think of it either way or the other. And especially online. And another thing I do is I don't treat y'all. I treat y'all as if we're the same. I you know other people might or think about you might treat people the same age differently as other ages or whatever. But I believe as I said, everyone at some point gets time goes on and but everybody's still the same deep down. So I decided to treat everybody as if they were my age, and because everyone was at my age at one time, so it seems it was quite effective. Right. I think it's a great accomplishment. I appreciate y'all of believing in me in spite of the differences, the age differences. So shout out to y'all about that. We only have one birthday. The rest is history. Very good UAP. Very good saying. Next year we made it in our 30s for life. Yeah, facts. Facts. Yeah, and because that's what I think. I just think that the people are around that age range, and it's stays like that. One time, a teacher told me that their the body gets older, but the mind stays stuck. But your body just goes and gets older, but your body is over when it was the original age, like 30s. So I understood that mentality, and I mean the same thing will be with me. um, like you said, it might be my son's age, but he's interested in the same things as me, unlike my son. Oh yeah, there you go, there you go. And that is a cool to that we have those same interests. Yeah, I don't know what others are like your son and other people be interested in, but yeah, I'm um, glad to meet like-minded people that are adults. That it's cool. it's because a lot of people my age aren't always into these things, Moki, that we're interested in. And I always liked aliens and trials and stuff like that, even in my past. But I was able to put it into practice here on YouTube. Johnny Depp trial was when I got into watching trials. Before that, I was into like criminal cases. Oh, thank you, Lori. Yeah, I was really into history and stuff, and I I'll say I was raised very well, also, and by in a good environment. And I made my own free will to do the path that I went. And it is some people my age are just not interested in the things I'm exactly interested in, but there's others that are. Oh, oh, interesting, Moki. Yeah, I don't have, I don't have the time to really watch that much of anything because I'm on what's called the grind. But I do think there is a point where, like with me specifically, I yeah, I will. This is how it started. Okay, so I they were telling me around high school, the grandparents are like, you know what, there's the you do like you make a job by doing stuff online. Zuckerberg and Elon and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs didn't need college, and neither do you. And I was like, okay, cool. And they're telling me in school that, oh, I could be a teacher, or I could be. I said, what else could I be? And they're like, you could be a lawyer. I kind of did both in a way with YouTube. And I hear you, Moki. Yeah, it's a lot of people my age, Moki, are in stuck maybe in a certain state sometimes. Like yeah, and also I looked at online influencers, entrepreneurs, and stuff, and basically to grind and to dedicate yourself to the craft. And as I said, I just don't really have time for the other things anymore. Really, I remember like last week I did brutal live streaming. I was streaming all day and all night, and yeah, so and you doing it. The idea of making a wonderful product and not about the money part, just making something that's good for people that people like it. And here we are. Yeah. As I said, I still have time to grow, and learn. And I'm wise now, according to some, but I also have more to learn and more wisdom to acquire as I get older. And I believe I acquired lots of wisdom over the past, my time with Trial Chat and with the channel in general. I've learned from things about myself and stuff, so it's been a good learning experience. I dedicated everything to the trials and the channel. I'm glad I did. It was very fulfilling. I don't regret it. These channel has like millions of subs over there, and it's nice to so many people there to like to see what I have to say. And I've been on other shows too, so my 20s have been very interesting so far. I'm not just sitting in a room playing video games or watching some cartoons, looking at the wall like a lot of people might be doing. Some people would be doing some partying. Like I remember I was asked by some people my age about why don't I get out more, and I'm glad I don't get out more. It's like this has been really cool with the YouTube stuff. Everything that happened that may have been good or bad, it was all good for me. So it's like I could go get drunk somewhere or whatever, but it's not fulfilling. It's a hedonism, and it's good to build something that lasts for generations to come and years to come. Because in the long term, it's a good projection. You know. Oh, thank you, Ned. I'm not a window licker. Right. And they sometimes wrote me in the piece or Vox Machina. All right. Yeah, and in people who, as I said, I've been on podcasts and shows, and that's all been pretty cool. Yeah. And everyone in chat, y'all been very supportive of me. It's been very cool to know y'all as well. Oh, hey, Shecky. Okay, well, I'm glad you're doing great, Shecky. And it was nice seeing you yesterday. And yeah, we're just uh, kind of doing like a keynote right now, going over the different things that we've been doing with the channel, etc. And remember, there's a thing about uh, one of them said that there's you don't need sleep, and no matter what you feel, you just got to do what you got to do. And I just implied that, and I pushed myself very far with the streams, and it's been pretty cool. So yeah, I took over the digital platforms, so to speak. Thing for the family and other influences that were good for me. I do believe people don't have to be religious, but I believe my faith helped me out a lot and grounded me very firmly. Also, yeah. So it's and being political. Like a lot of people my age aren't that political, but I'm since I was very little was political, and it was good to know that as growing up because it's a like seeing big political things, and then with alien stuff, with all that was at a young age. All that happened at a young age. America's History Channel was talking about the Roswell crash, and I thought it was kind of creepy, but also fascinating. And then a close friend of mine at school, he was very into aliens, and he was preaching it everywhere and talking about Planet 10, talking about the aliens. And people thought it was kind of silly, even teachers. But I'm glad I followed him, and it was good for this channel. Uh, channel originally was Hansel Cat. That of course I'm still Hansel Cat, but it's the alien direction was the best thing it could have gone into because a channel originally when I was about 10 years old or 12, I play Mario games and stuff or watch anime, right? And then I transformed the channel into what it is now. I went and pushed it into another direction, and yeah, I'm glad I did it because the aliens are is the talk of the town now. It's a good thing we got into that. Was if kick the air, yeah. And really, like movies like Idiocracy show how our society has been going sideways, and it was kind of like a prophecy for the future. And I have been blessed to not fall away and to stay on the right path. Yeah, because there's so many people that will be around my age. They'll do something called dead scrolling, and they'll scroll for all day and all night as we talk right now. Oh, okay, okay. I don't need, yeah, because that's the thing. Like people like there'll be these things to watch, but I'm just hyper focused. Like I will have hours and hours with the Google AI and talk about things, like about the channel, about the these different things going on or different ideas, pondering different ideas, and it's see that's eventually how we got the new garden plants in there. We were talking about that, and we got the new plants in there. And it's people they'll scroll and they'll try to go chase after a date or whatever. And the thing is, it's like the good things will follow you, but you have to just do your own thing, and then everything will just kind of fall into place. But they just do the put the cart before the horse a lot of times. Yeah, because you know, as long as it's because I'm very simplistic. As long as a wonderful thing was made and people liked it, it was my duty was done for the day. Inspiration. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Fuzzy Pants came down for loving. He's so cute. He's sweet. Yes. That is awesome. Shout out to Mr. Fuzzy Pants. Yeah. It definitely very full of love, and it's always nice when they come to give some love. Yeah. Yeah, Moki, there are just some cats out there that are so very, like they're people. It's just they couldn't have just been a feral cat that was out on the street. Sometimes they either had a home or they just seemed like they always were the way they were. Mr. Fuzzy Pants, a cousin on screen. Hilarious. And yeah, I think it's the some cats just will come in and act all charming, like they have hospitality to them, and they get to pet them and everything. Other cats could be with you for years and they don't even, you know, you can't even touch them. So it just depends on the cat. Yeah, imagine the newbie coming in the chat with the panda with thick pandas. Yeah. What is this dude into? Weird. Mr. Bushy Pants. Yeah, right there is Mr. Bushy Pants. We have Cat here with wonky left eye and no tail. His name is Snooze Noodle. Looks like he's sleeping and lost his noodle. He even has an affiliation with some poodle. Mr. Bushy Pants is going to be the channel mascot right there. You know, when someone new comes in, we're going to show them. When someone new comes in, we're going to show them Mr. Bamboo Bottom. Why did the panda get fired from his job? So why did the bamboo get fired from his job? He always caught bamboozling the clients. What did the bamboo say to the gardener? Leave me alone. I'm trying to grow. How does the bamboo get around town? On a bicyclum. Why does the bamboo why is bamboo the most honest plant? Because it's totally transparent and never hides anything. Yeah, Timu jokes. Why is the bamboo okay? What did the panda say when he ate too much dinner? I feel completely bamboozled. Why did the stalk of bamboo go to therapy? It had too many inner knots. Choo. Yeah, Timu jokes. Nod. Yeah. Juan, is that you? Just one more thing from Juan. Thank you, Lori. All right. What does a panda do when they lose? Thank you, Checky. What does a panda do when they lose their watch? Look for a bamboozled replacement. And they got a lot of bamboozled jokes right here. Okay. Why did the panda cross the road? Because he wanted to prove he wasn't just a bare necessity. Not sure if I want to hear more. Here we go. Juan Part 2. Scared. What is a panda's classic rock band? The Rolling Stones. Scared. How does a panda make a ghost story scarier? By adding a little bamboo. Okay. Why are pandas bad at why are pandas bad at secret missions? They always stand out in the black and white situation. Scared. What do you call a male panda who loves to cook? A panda chief. A panda chef. No, it's a panda chief, probably. Scared. Let's see. Unlike most, okay, so those are some panda jokes, and now we're going to get into some panda facts. Unlike most other pandas grow, that growl or roar, giant pandas actually sound like farm animals because they have no unique vocal cords. They just make surprisingly high pitched, gentle noises to communicate. They make a sheep bleat. Okay, well, I'll do a rain dance for you later on, alright? I got you. So they make a vibrating ba or bleh, always exclusively like a goat or a sheep. Bleh. This is a friendly hello that pandas use it as a peaceful greeting when approaching each other to show they do not want to fight. The sound, a high pitched squeak or bird like chirp. So they make the chirp and squeak noise, anxious and playful. Yeah, those goats are hilarious, UAP, that's true. Meaning, adult pandas use this when they are feeling anxious, stressed, or excited. Baby panda cubs also chirp constantly to get their mother's attention when they are hungry or cold. The honk, annoyed. A short nasal sound that sounds like a goose honking. This indicates a mild irritation or discomfort. A panda might honk if another panda gets too close to its food or personal space. So they have a horn and they start honking. A sudden, loud, explosive dog-like bark. This is aggression. So a sudden, loud, or explosive dog-like bark, or a low, rumbling growl. This is used during the flights. This is used during fights when a panda feels deeply threatened. It is their way of saying "back off." Yes, a panda on a unicycle with a honking horn. Yes. All right. The chomp mating call. The sound of a rapid, rhythmic clicking noise made by spanning their teeth together. Meaning, during the spring breeding season, pandas use this huff barking or teeth chomping sound to signal potential mates that they are looking for a partner. Researchers have successfully decoded basic panda language by using acoustic technology and voice print analysts. A major breakthrough led by the China Conservation Research Center for Giant Panda, involved in recording thousands of hours of pandas in various social situations, eating, nursing, or fighting and courting. By analyzing the unique sound frequencies, the waveforms of these vocalizations, scientists identify 13 distinct core words or signals. They're trying to create an AI powered Panda Translator app. Acoustic waveform analysis. Advanced computer algorithms analyze the pitch, volume, and modulation of a panda's voice. This is essential because many panda sounds overlap and bark of fear looks entirely different on the software graph than a bark of aggression. Decoding panda cubs. Baby pandas are born completely blind and exceptionally fragile. The project successfully mapped their vocabulary. GG means I am hungry, feed me. Wow wow signifies I am unhappy, cold, or uncomfortable. Kuko, gentle sound that reassures the mother that they are feeding fine. Decoding adult romance. The pandas are naturally solitary, territorial animals. I have returned. Okay, so I have returned. Here we go. So a gentle sound used. So the cuckoo is a gentle sound that reassures the mother that they are feeling fine. Decoding adult romance. Pandas are naturally solitary and territorial animals. They translate model helps zookeeper decipher crucial mating signals, which is vital for conservation. For instance, the male's sheep blat means he wants to approach peacefully, and female's bird chirp means accepts his company. Why the research matters. By deploying microphones in nature reserves, automated AI systems can listen to wild populations if the software detects high frequencies and distress, wow wow, or aggressive barks. It can alternate field conversationalists, potential threats, injuries, or active mating, even without humans ever needing to disturb the animal. All right, see how zookeepers. Yeah, let's see how the zookeepers use them. Possums have pouches, definitely. Zookeepers and conservationists use decoded panda vocalizations as a highly practical toolkit to improve captive breeding success, reduce material neglect, and drastically lower animal stress levels because pandas are highly solitary and famous difficult to manage captivity. Understand their suitable audio cues has completely revolutionized zoo uh, husbandry. Matchmaking with panda pillow talk. So pandas have incredibly short mating window, with females only receptive to breeding for roughly 24 to 72 hours a year. Risk. Zookeepers introduced a male-female wrong time. The interaction can quickly turn into a violent, bloody territory fight. Solutions. Zookeepers closely monitor the enclosure audio. If they hear rapacious sheep, uh, blats, or male paired with high frequency bird chirps from the female, they know both pairs and hormones are changing, so they are ready to meet safely. Preventing material neglect in newborn cubs. Giant panda cubs are born impossibly small, but the size of butter, making them highly vulnerable to accidentally being crushed or abandoned by the massive mothers. Zookeepers use acoustic monitors and listen to the nursery. A healthy cub will regularly make a gentle cuckoo sound when reassures both the mother and the keepers that the baby is doing well. If the monitors detect a spike in distressing, Moki says she has a pouch. Monsters detect a spike or distressed woo-woo cries. The mother is not responding. Keepers will know exactly when to step in or move the cub. Place is heated. Only kangaroos, koalas, and wombats have pouches, besides possums too. Now, why some people think they have pouches? The armpit pouch illusion when panda cub is born is impossibly small, about the size of a stick of butter and weighing 3 to 5 ounces, because the cub is hairless, blind, and helpless. Mother panda hold against the chest to nestled deep under the armpit 24 hours a day and keeping warm when she curls her massive body around the tiny baby. It can look from a distance like she is 24 hours a day and keep them warm when she curls her massive body around the tiny baby. It can look like a distance like she is tucking into a pouch. Kangaroo connection. Just like kangaroo, pandas give birth to some of the most underdeveloped babies in animal kingdom relative to the mother's adult size. A newborn cub is 1/900th of the mother's weight. But instead of a pouch, the mother panda simply uses her giant paws and thick fur to protect the baby. No, big people in mobile chairs. So, yeah, I've seen that in person. A Claude had a pouch and gunpowder couch. Yeah, and pew pew powder pouch. Yeah. Well, Lori, that's good to know. She said that pandas are the smallest mammal newborns relatively similar size. Oh yeah, uh, that is perfectly fine, Lori. That's all good. Yes, the finest lotion for you you'll get. The lotion from the which is ivory from the planet Venus. Actually has some good lotion components over there. That they you see aliens know where to get it from on Venus. Exactly, you got what you wanted. You got your son. Exactly the it's like a lobster. You may be a lobster now, but you did get your son. That's what happens to crabs too. Because usually crabs also are when they're being boiled, uh, both they all turn red. They're usually a different color, then they turn red later. That's just like something new. It's not something new, but it's something that is kind of point out there. It's like crawfish and stuff is red. Yeah, yep, exactly, Mohi. Yeah, it's a it's active. And see, always get is power with vinegar and sunburns. I know. Yeah, see, I've gotten sunburned before in my lifetime. I I I'm in the sun all the time. Well, more frequently than sometimes there's parts I wasn't in the sun as much, but I'm getting out there more. Oh, okay, Moki, understood. Understood. Oh, okay. Aloe vera helps with a sunburn, but doesn't reverse UV damage. There is an ish on TV. Oh, scared. Oh, that's good. They're doing a series on it. Yeah, that's something cool to see. Oh, hello, Falcon. Good to see you. Oh, he said, I never look at myself under one of those UV damage lights. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, because there's people that go and there's someone I know that had a machine, a UV, one of those UV light machines. Yeah, and there's people that do use them, but you don't need that, right? Good to see you, Falcon. House Hunters Marathon. All right, so the aloe vera cools skin. Well, he said, I don't like a lot of things. Like, I'm not making sourdough like Aaron, but I do like getting in the pool. Yeah, yeah, the pool is your activity. You like to do. Yeah, the sourdough gang. That panda on the screen is baking, his own variation of the panda sourdough. And yeah, but the sourdough is very good. It needs extra butter. You know. Yeah, I definitely see you, uh, the pool and the fun activities within it. Yes, he is exactly doing that. Taking his balls. Yep. He'll be known as the Sizzler right there. Locks in moisture. Aloe vera helps prevent the trans uh, amiable water loss, which keeps the skin hydrated and it can limit severe peeling. Sizzler. Choose the right product. Use the pure gel extraction straight from the aloe leaf, or purchase a store bought gel labeled 100% aloe vera. Mookie said, "Now I've got Travolta as a clone in my algorithm. I don't think that FYI, but I do think they got Jim Carrey. Yeah, I think Jim Carrey is a clone or not who they really uh, say he is. Yeah, I agree. I think they got him. Yeah, Lori, the Travolta clone. Yeah. Weird. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see Carrie there. Um, Travolta, he's yeah, he looks artistic. Looks like an artist with the hat on. Yeah. And someone commented, "Who gives AF? They eat infants." F. Yeah, yes, yes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, we got some activity. Okay, let's see. Hey Zero and Mermaid. Yeah, Zero. Apparently, the exhaust is not producing exhaust fumes. It's apparently backed up with something, or maybe a pipe got switched out in the engine somewhere in the engine room. It's because there's some well, really what it is. It's monitoring a large amount of fumes in different regions of the ship because the the exhaust fumes are not coming out the the pipe. So maybe they were switched out or something's stopping. And that's the issue zero with that. Murray said, "Hey, sorry, I'm back. Friend and friend came from out of town. We had a good little meeting in the living room." People, she's such a sweetheart. I'll probably post. Oh, that's good, Mermaid. That's good. Yeah, one of the crew members that is an engineer has been missing. Don't really know what's up He must be maybe he's on uh sick deck, on E deck. Oh, it's a sick bay, as it's called. Must be he's on sick bay, I think. Yeah, it might be a panda inside one of the exhaust areas. Yeah, pandas probably chewing through the wire too, because the pandas are on the spaceship. I because C zero, I brought a bunch of pandas in the spaceship because we wanted to look at them, and then they're eating through the wires, and they're going probably getting stuck in the vent and the pipes and stuff. And they're probably the ones behind it, but that's the issue that's going on. Oh, thank you, Zero, for doing that. Oh, glad you found them. Uh, Appreciate it, Zero. I see them right there. I just sometimes I am. I guess some they write something right in front of me on the desk on the spaceship, and I won't even notice it. So, yeah, shout out to Zero for that. I just the way this man's looking is something else. Yeah, I'll clean that up until fix the problem. Pause. Is there something you want to do with them? Oh yeah, yeah. So with them, we are need to put them over and back in their area. We gotta put them back in their area. It's truly they are an embarrassment, and we need to put them back over and down the elevator to the right, which leads them to their big room they have. That's where we gotta put them because I see them right there. Yeah. So Caesar salad's delicious. That's a good question, Moki. I maybe he was. Oh, I think he's been pretty compliant, but even if people are compliant, they still might want to replace others that maybe they sensed he was going to do something to expose them. Maybe they caught him before he could do it. Yes, understood. Zero. Okay, the reason why he's on the page is because there's a theory that he's cloned, and we don't really think he's cloned, but that's why we have it up because Travolta is allegedly like Jim Carrey is cloned or something like that. They think he might be a clone too. Yeah, he's trying to look like a Renaissance painter. Yeah, I know because they either before he left, like before they cloned him, maybe he was going to expose them. I mean, maybe he wasn't going completely with the agenda, or they sensed something about him and then they cut him off before he could do something. Yeah, panda butts. Yeah. All right. Urian said, "I believe all celebrities have clones. They're rich, and cloning is very real. They all clone themselves and make clone DNA of their sperm so they can have people that look like them." Exactly zero. Right. Mhm. You spilled it. Wow. Yeah. It's shocking when that occurs. It's definitely something to conserve over spilling. It's gonna. We don't want to cause a flood in there, so we have to make sure that the liquor stays put. Or said, my son sent me the reel apparently that they have successfully transferred fly brain waves into robotic fly behaves like a fly. Oh, well, I gotta read that again. My son sent me a reel. Apparently, successfully they have successfully transferred fly brain waves into robotic fly. Oh, I'm joked out. Bruh. Because we're really in some times science fiction times. That's really interesting. But yeah, shout out to Grounds and Aliens, Angels, Claude, Scared, Sinful of Hats, Noise, Judge Ito, and Judge Ito, and the Space Yeti, Bubbles, Scared, and the Trash Panda. Do human beings know what it even is, how it works, if they are screwed? Well, only they would know for certain, but there's definitely they don't. A lot of people do not know. Falcon said, no. Lori said, the Falcon. Did you see the Satanists who look like Taylor Swift? Uncanny. Mogi said, Elon says they'll be giving sight to the blind soon through implants. He says it'll be like superpower vision. That's different. All right, Mermaid said, I spilled liquor crying time, guys. Should shoot till more than an hour cries. And, alright, it is Mogi nails down. You're going with me. Scared. Joe says, that's it, Mogi nails down. You're coming with me. Or said, by mapping every single neuron in a fruit fly and emulating its brain digitally, this digital brain is then hooks it up physics and simulated virtual robotic body to control its movement autopsy. Autonomously. By mapping every single neuron and fruit fly and emulating its brain digitally. This digital brain is then hooked up to a physics simulated virtual robotic body to control the movements and the. Oh, they do that with some bugs. They do that with some bugs. Thanks, sorry for the update about that. Falcon was rumored that I heard about, but honestly saw pictures of them both, and they both look alike. Mermaid, you see, that is a very big possibility there, and it is very likely that they have clones like that, you know, to try to shield themselves, and they definitely would be involved in the occultic stuff like that, mermaids. So I think, in my opinion, it's likely true, although I don't know enough about it. So thank you for bringing that up, mermaid. I think it's important for us to expose these evil things they're doing. The Falcon, and you're right, I can even open social media, just go off old school boys and help. Yeah. And Mermaid said, I posted, you, a friend. Oh, I'll be glad to see you and your beautiful friend. Absolutely. Oh, okay, Zero. Oh, hilarious. All right. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, hilarious Zero. Both are very lovely. Yes, cool. Remember that too. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so Lori remembers it also. But Mermaid, I'm glad that your friend came over. It looks like y'all had a great time. Mermaid said, "Alien." Oh, hello, Chris. Mermaid said, Mermaid said that. Thanks. She's a great friend, guys. She has been there my entire addiction almost. Yeah, Granny who raised passed, and that's why she's here. But her granny passed. Well, condolences for her loss. Yeah, shout out to Moki. All hail Moki. Yeah, yeah, hilarious, hilarious hero. And it's just Moki's putting the chat under a spell of some kind. Yeah, we're almost about the ship's about to crash almost. Yeah, yeah, hilarious. Here. Thanks, Alien. A lot appreciate. She's she definitely has a lot on her plate. Oh yes, married, right? You won't let that happen. And that is very true, Mermaid, with that situation. So she has a lot on her plate, and I wish her the best as a mother. Because she'll be having a baby at some point soon, as you say. So yeah, I definitely commend her for putting all that effort out. She has to do. She was given a hand, and she's doing with the hand that she was dealt. Yeah, that was a good show. Welcome back, Cotter. That was a good show. See, me, Lori, that's where crushing him started. Now he's. Oh, she says that's where my crush on him started. Now he's big gay Scientologist and involved too. Let's see. And Zeus said, "Oh, Travolta is one on a list that makes 5 people have been cloned about 5 months." Oh yeah, that would be. That would be. Yeah. Yeah, we know they got Jim. All right. Where he said did a school play and fourth grade sang and danced Deegees and Travolta disco danced. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh, okay, Mermaid. I uh, definitely will miss you. Oh, praying for you consistently, then you get better. Also. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, well, I understand you'll miss us, and understood. So the feelings of missing is neutral. Is mutual, not neutral, but mutual. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Zero. I got hit by that space rock and made me scared. Hilarious Falcon. Yeah, let's look at the panda. Rear end. Oh, okay, mermaid. Understood. You are all over the place. Thank you, Zero, for dropping that. There. Yes, we were the ones waiting for them. That's true. Yeah, because Moki and I are definitely waiting for them. Doing backspace finding tapes. Oh, thank you, Lori, for the link. Oh, Moki's scared. Yes, indeed, mermaid. Yes, we have been Moki. Absolutely. Cern like her in a big lump of knobs, just like its most wonderful thing. Yeah, yeah, that is true. Mermaid. Oh, okay. Yeah. Scared. Yeah, Falcon, you're seeing the panda booty. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Emerald. Scared. Know what we're like to know what we're talking and not talking about. You mean does it know you talk about 29-year-old woman? Yeah, I don't know if he was around during the incident. Yeah. Now, something interesting about mermaids in general is that well, scared. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a mermaid. You just, I'm not saying anything. Just I'm just letting chat be as it is. Like going with the flow. I like reading the chat. It's very interesting. We might need Claude. Right. Oh, okay, let's see. I think you. Technology spanning thousands of years, independent, developing across nearly every seafaring culture in human history. while modern often portrays them as whimsical and sweet. Traditional folklore depicts merfolk as powerful, complex, and often dangerous entities. The first merman, 5000 BCE. Long before female mermaids appeared in the Royal Museum of Greenwich, notes that the ancient Babylonians worshipped Ea, known as Oannes, a man deity with the torso of the human and the tail of the fish. He emerged from the Persian Gulf, daily bringing knowledge and civilization to humans. Yeah, 5000 BC. BCE. BCE. The first mermaid is 1000 BCE. The earliest recognized mermaid comes from the ancient Assyria. The fertility goddess Ataragatis accidentally deleted her mortal lover. Distraught with shame, she drove into a lake to transform into a fish. However, the water could not conceal her divine beauty, leaving her human form waist up while her lower half became a fishtail. Ancient Greece, the sirens. Originally half bird woman, sirens evolved into fishtail beauties over time. They sang hypnotic songs to lure sailors to shipwrecks on rocky shores. Oh, those dolphins were definitely involved with this. They were the main sidekicks of these mermen and mermaids. All right, there's the West African Mami Wata, powerful water spirit often depicted as a mermaid or a woman holding the large serpent. She governs fertility, wealth, and healing, but can also cause sudden madness or disaster. Yeah, a girl dolphin. Murrows is people who were okay. So you have Ireland and Scotland. The Murrows and the Selkies. The Murrows are traditional sea people who are magical and red capes. Travel underwater. Selkies are shape shifting seal people who shed their skins to walk on land humans. All right, Slavic Europe. The Rusalki, the restless, vengeful spirits of women who drowned tragically, and they lure young men into lakes during midsummer, entangle them in their long hair, and drown them. East Asia, the Ningyo. My view for Western mermaids, Japanese folklore describes them as grotesque fish-like monsters with human faces. Catching one brought terrible storms about eating its flesh, granted immortality. A stolen object. In European folklore, a mortal man could force a mermaid or Selkie to marry him by stealing her magical item, such as a comb or mirror cap or skin. If she ever found the hidden item, she would instantly abandon her human family to return to sea. Omens of Doom. For centuries, sailors believed that spotting mermaid on the open ocean was guaranteed back for bad luck and violent storms intimidate shipwrecks. And lack of a soul. Traditional Western folklore often claimed that merfolk were increasingly long-lived but lack an immortal soul. This idea heavily influenced Hans Christian Andersen when he wrote Little Mermaid in 1837, where the heroine seeks the human's love and gain an eternal soul. Oh yeah, Lori Grounds. Yeah. Real, real world encounters frequently fueled mermaid mythology during the Age of Discovery. Exhausted sailors spending months at sea often misidentified marine mammals. In 1493, explorer Christopher Columbus famously recorded mermaid sighting near the Caribbean, drilling, noting that they were not as beautiful as they are painted, although some extent they have human faces. Scientists know that Columbus was looking at manatees, dugongs, which believed the biological order Serena, named explicitly after the mythological creature. If you would like to explore the further specific culture like the Celtic or Greek, let's go to Greek. Greek mythology, the concept of the mermaid is a split between the ancient original bird woman called the Sirens and a male sea god called the Tritons. A fascinating medieval folk legend involving Alexander the Great Sister. Yeah, we'll look at that, Lori, in a moment. I mean, I'm going to look it up right now, but we're going to talk about it in a moment because it's going to take me a moment to get there. Modern Greece, there's actually no separate word for mermaid. Instead, they are called Gorgons, a term evolved from ancient snake-haired Medusa into the fish-tailed woman through centuries of folklore. Lori, I'm part lizard, so I don't know what impulse is all about. In classic antiquity, the Greek sirens were completely different from modern mermaids. And so, yeah, I thought they did too. The sirens came from water. But we're going to dive into more about what it was about. Okay, so the ancient Greek depictions of sirens as half woman, half bird, having heads of torso of beautiful women. Yes, I'm part lizard. But wings and feathers of talons of massive birds. The myth. They lived on rocky Mediterranean cliffs, singing hypnotic, all knowing songs. Their voices were so mathematically and magically seductive that sailors would mindlessly crash their ships or jump overboard, drown trying to reach them. It was only during the Hellenistic Roman periods around 3rd century BCE artists and writers began blending sirens with sea deities, gradually swapping their feathers for fishtails. Right. While classic Greek mythology lacked a prominent mermaid figure, it had plenty of half fish immortals. Triton, the true original merman of Greek myth, was the Triton, the messenger of God, the sea of Poseidon and Aphrodite. He possessed a human torso, a long green fishtail. He had used the conch shell trumpet to calm or raise the ocean waves. Later myths expanded him into the eerie race of male sea creatures called the Tridentines. Yeah, I believe they're very demonic. Yeah, definitely. The Nereides, the Oceanids. These are beautiful water nymphs who populated the Mediterranean while traditionally depicted with human legs. Ancient artists frequently illustrated them riding sea monsters or dolphins. Seamlessly blending them into the nautical imagery that eventually birthed the fish-tailed mermaid archetype. Oh yeah, absolutely. Folk legends of Macedon. The most direct mermaid legend in Greek culture does not come on Mount Olympus, but from a popular historic folk tale about Telonike, and half sister of Alexander the Great. But yes, those gods were real. There was probably the demons that we talk about now, or some sort of interdimensional being of some kind. They could have been good and bad ones. That's basically what they were. Oh yeah, it's quiet, isn't it? According to legend, Alexander successfully retrieved a flask of water out of immortality after his ultimate death, 323 BCE. His grief-stricken sister used the immortal water, either intentionally drinking or washing her hair, which jumping the mermaid scared the sea of sorrow. Because she was now immortal, she could now drown instead. The transformed into a beautiful mermaid condemned the swimming of an Aegean sea for eternity. Yes, mermaid, please share. Centuries of Greek mariners claimed that if you encountered telekinesis, uh, tele- Teslonike open sea, she would grasp the hull of the ship, and her signature question, giving the wrong answer, would provoke her terrifying snake-like gorgon inside, sealing the cruise and dome. Well, let's see about this Celtic thing now. Yeah, we have zero. Yeah, we did. The Kelpie is a shape-shifting water spirit from Scottish folklore that primarily haunts the deep lochs and rivers. Tourists for luring suspecting humans, especially children, to a watery grave. You can't become the ish if you not there for the ish. Then you can handle all the ish. Well, thank you, mermaid. Very inspiring. Yeah, me too. See, mermaid. When I used to Mary Tools and I saw the Creed, which was a kind of like a sequel to it in a way. Uh, and oh yeah, I love the Rocky movies. He was very brilliant, and it was very good what he came up with. Yeah, definitely. Hurry the time for me. And so a magical entity that obtains corporeal reality through belief. Right. Exactly. The Kelpie is a shape-shifting water spirit from Scottish folklore that primarily haunts the deep lochs and rivers, notorious for luring unsuspecting humans, especially children, to the watery grave. Unlike the seductive Greek sirens, the the melancholic mermaids and the Kelpie is aggressively predatory creature. It serves as an accidental cautionary tale designed to warn children of the dangerous bodies of water and to teach travelers to distrust strangers on the road. Water horse, in the natural state of the Kelpie, appears as a magnificent, powerful horse standing near the edge of the deep river or loch, and skin often described as a shark, white, sleek, black, and appears exceptionally healthy. Wild riders the trap. The Kelpie actively coaxes try to travelers flanks and keep Kelpie's skin possesses a magical adhesive property. The victim's hands become insanely glued to the flesh, rendering escape impossible. The kill once the prey is trapped and the Kelpie charges headlong to the deepest part of the water, dragging its helpless rider under. The drowned folklore and dictates that the Kelpie devours the victim entirely, leaving back to the surface. When the kelpie ventures away from the water to walk amongst humans and shapeshifts into human form, though it can never perfectly mask its true identity, the handsome stranger. It is often shifts into handsome, charismatic young men looking to woo local women. The telltale signs. You can always expose the kelpie in human form by looking closely at its hair, which remains consistently wet and tangled with water lilies or river weeds. Furthermore, its feet remain backward and retain their equine hooves, forcing to hide its lower legs. Oh, hello, Amy. Tripods. I've seen, yes. I have seen that. What you talk about, yes. Yeah, Moki, you're not gonna be able to sleep. That's true. You did a whole lot of construction today with that. A handsome stranger is often shifts in handsome, charismatic young man who looking like a woo local woman. Woo, to woo local women. The telltale signs. You can always expose the kelpie to human form by looking closely, as its hair, which remains consistently wet and tangled with water lilies or river weeds. Furthermore, its feet remain backward or retain their equine hooves, forcing it to hide its lower legs. Yeah, mermaid is basically War of the Worlds, right? Oh yeah, Lord, exactly. It wasn't shown in the U.S. Oh, okay. I saw reruns of it somewhere. Oh, okay, Amy. LOL. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or mermaid. For a Scottish myth, the Kelpie is not entirely invincible. Humans can't subjugate and controlled by a beast if they are managed to steal its magical, enchanted, or brittle. Or if you successfully rip the bride brittle from his head and the Kelpie loses a night walk. Nice. Hardship. If you successfully rip the brittle down from its head, the kipple loses its shape shifting powers and becomes docile submissive beast with strength of 10 ordinary horses. The MacPhee legend. The Scottish clans, particularly the MacPhees, have legends of ancestors who captured the Kelpies to do heavy labor, such as dragging massive stones to build castles or plowing the entire fields. However, keeping the Kelpie incredibly dangerous if they ever retrieves its brittle, will exact brutal, bloody revenge to the families of that enslaved. But yeah, Mermaid, is it's an honor and a privilege knowing you. Thank you. I only asked because on appearance for Sunday roasted, and that reminded used to scare me. Oh, scared. Kelpie versus each usage. People frequently confuse the Kelpie with another Scottish water spirit called the uh, H. Ushka. While they're very similar to have distinct differences. Kelpie haunts the remaining running water, rivers and streams, shallows and locks, and is generally considered less vicious. Each haunts and still water locks, deep and sea inlets, is more malevolent, tearing its victims to shreds rather than just drowning them, and can only be trapped if its skin comes into contact with human skin. Interested more? Okay, so that is the Kelpie from Celtic mythology. Tripods. Tripod is a classic young adult dystopian science fiction. Okay, Moki. Okay, Moki. Good night to you. Thank you for coming. Tripod is a classic young adult dystopian science fiction series written by John Christopher. The pen name Samuel Yode following the humanities' fight against the three-legged alien machines. Originally published as a trilogy in the late 16. Oh, he said I'll probably be joining the spaceship tomorrow from my bed with itchy hot patches. Okay. I hope that uh, cannot be. Hope it heals soon. The itchy patch, the itchy hot patches co-pilot. Okay. So, see you tomorrow from your bed. Oh yeah, Lori. Scared. When we get to when we get to 3K, Miranda, um, we're going to have a. I'm gonna be a icy hot. Yes, I believe my Timu mind. I hopefully got that right. Icy hot pain patches. Yeah, I know. Shaquille O'Neal has ads about them. Yeah, I thought I said maybe I said itchy hot, but it's really icy hot. Yeah, well, I was had a Timu Sheen moment for a second. All right, so it'll be Sheen Timu icy hot. Okay, so see you from your bed from the icy hot patches. Yeah. Okay, you're not itchy. Okay, you're not itchy. Itchy switchy. Okay, so uh, okay, icy hot Mohi, good night to you. See you tomorrow from your bed. Yeah, scared. Originally published as a trilogy in 1960s, the story is set in post-apocalyptic world. Published as a trilogy to the late 60s, and the story is set post-apocalyptic world where society regressed into medieval pre-industrial state by an alien race known as the Masters. Hello, fish. Hello, Milky Way fish. But yeah, I do got a lot of patience. Absolutely. The core premise, capping. The aliens maintain complete control over humanity through a mid-control device called the ACAP. Near a child's 14th birthday, 16th, the 17th adaptation, they are forced to undergo mandatory capping ceremony, a mesh metal plate, and permanently directly into their skulls. While capped people can still love, marry, and work, the device removes the creative curiosity and capacity to dissent, leaving humanity completely docile and subservient to the giant walking tripod. We're talking about a tripod show. Yeah. You like my eerie calmness, mermaid? Oh, I'm very honored for that. So a lot of people start acting emotional, but it's almost like I'm not like a robot, but I'm like a robot. Yeah. Oh, on the screen is panda booty. That's what's on the screen. Yes, that is true, Amy. Yeah, yeah, I know it's hilarious. Yeah, it could get through. Yes, mermaid, it's an exhibit. Because Amy, it's funny. It's something that intrigues me. It might be a new obsession of mine. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Fish, definitely. Humans interfering helps them. Right. While in the mountains, 19. Yeah, panda ass. Yeah. While White Mountains, the story introduces 13-year-old Will Parker, who fears his upcoming capping after meeting a strange, uncapped wanderer named Ozymandias. Will runs away from his village alongside the cousin Henry and brilliant French boy named Beanpool. They make the perilous trek across Europe toward the Alps, where hidden human resistance is free. Yes, fish is the best bit. The City of Gold and Lead, 1967. The Resistance selects Will and his friend Frizz to infiltrate the heavy guarded pressurized cities built in the masters of Earth posing as human slaves. They spy on alien creatures to discover their weaknesses, navigating a deadly environment with crushing artificial gravity and toxic air. Pool of Fire, 1968. Armed with knowledge Will gathered, the human resistance launches a global coordinated guerrilla war against cities to permanently dismantle the tripods near the Earth. Yes, exactly, Lori. When Tripods Came, 1988, written 20 years before this prequel novel, detailed that the initial using hypnotic television shows to slowly mind control the global populations before tripods ever landed. Execution. The show featured the impressive special effects for its era, utilizing early blue screen technology to bring the tower tripods To life. The structure series faithfully adapted the White Mountains in the series' 12 episodes. covered in city of gold and lead. Cancellation. Cult sci-fi fans frequently laminated that the series 3 was abruptly canceled by BBC executives due to high production costs and dip in ratings because the script for the Pool of Fire was never filmed and television series end a massive unresolved cliffhanger. Yeah, that's a very cool one. I look forward to seeing it. Hilarious fish. 1984 television adaptation remains one of the most ambitious and expressive science fiction films in production fiction projects the network ever undertook during the 1980s and conceived as a grand three-season masterpiece to match John Christopher's books. Its premature cancellation of the let fans stranded on mass cliffhangers. Oh, okay, Lori, understood. Thanks for your feedback on that. Global production. The series was a joint venture between BBC UK and Seven Network in Australia. This injection of Australian funding allowed the show to break away from the standard cheap BBC studio set cinematic location shouting to create the vast ruined future landscape of the year. In 2089, the production crew filmed heavily on the location across the England and rolling countryside of France and the unique architecture of the Port Maroon and Wales. Cutting edge visual effects. Long before CGI dominated television, the series relied on pioneering special effects and technicians use complex blue screen overlay technique, massive physical miniatures, intricate matte paintings, and to make the towering three-legged mechanical monstrosities look imposing next to human actors. Season 1, 1984. The White Mountains is followed by cousins with Will Shackley and Henry Jim Baker as they escape their pastoral English village. They team up with the brilliant French boy uh, Beanpole and evade the Black Guard under the way of the Swiss Alps. Season 2, 1985, Episode 12, adapted the city of the gold, lead, and tone shifts. A tense espionage thriller will and German teenager named Fritz Robin Hater successfully compete in authentic tournament, intentionally get captured. They brought inside a doomed alien city to serve the slaves and grotesque three-eyed masters, secretly gathering intelligence on how to kill them. In famous acting, in 1986, the scripts for the final season were completely finished and ready for production. However, newly appointed controller BBC began systematically resurrecting the network's programming. Tomorrow's barely Sunday. Yeah. Right now, it's Sunday where I am, Mermaid. I'm a bit in the future. Okay. Let's see. I want to do one more thing, then we'll be done. Some point later, likely do a garden live. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all, and also you too, Mermaid. Oh yeah, you do got a lot too. Yeah, Mermaid. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you, Lori. Psychological horror game The Pools generated massive internet theories. There's no monsters, no jump scares. So here we go. The sentient environment. The core conspiracy theory is that pools is that the architecture itself is a living hostile entity. While traditional games use AI monsters, pools uses visual and structural triggers that react strictly to where the players look. Retracting the ladder. In Chapter 1, players spot a ladder that offers an escape from a deep pool. If you look away and look back, the ladder silently slides upward into the ceiling. Oh wow, until 8 p.m. Wow. Hello, Todd. Good to see you. Welcome. The underwater hand, near a maze exit looking beneath the water level, triggers the brief, unsettling image of a pale human hand pointing you in the wrong direction, actually trying to trick you into staying lost. Scattered mannequins in Kermic masks face away from you, and if you look at them through narrow geometry, they subsequently shift orientation. Theories believe that the game tracks your camera's field of view and creates the absolute psychological certainty that you are being stalked. Because the game features randomly placed domestic items like the modern chairs and checkerboard, parents' toilets frame paintings instead the empty tiles and community. Riley accepts the narrative that the player character is navigating their own subconscious mind or personal purgatory. Drowning metaphor. The endless claustrophobic water in empty water parks represents the suppressed trauma, and popular theory suggests the protagonist drowned the partner or a child either accidentally, deliberately, hotel pool, they are condemned to wander this infinite maze as penance. The Stolen Innocence. Later levels featured a static innocent sheep resting on a couch surrounded by deep water alongside the furniture that implies a massive presence overpowering a much smaller one. Fans interpret this as a manifestation childhood abuse or a stolen innocence that environment actively mocking. In the broader back rooms, like the Wiki Mythos, where pool rooms are designed, level 37, primarily a threat isn't physical beasts but water itself. The hydrolytis plague. The internet lore states that pristine, lukewarm water contains a highly infectious reality. All right, let's see. The async project KV31 loophole, most widely accepted lore timeline created Tubercane Parsons treats that the backrooms as government-funded industrial accidents. A theory. In the 1980s, the fictional research company called the Async Foundation attempted to solve the global estate shortage by using magnetic distortion to open portal into another dimension. Project KV31. This is about the backrooms. Consequences. By opening the door, async inadvertently breached the baseline of layer reality. This stabilized the real world, causing random null zones to open up across the earth. Ordinary people began accidentally glitching or no clipping through solid matter directly into level 0. The entities, according to the lore, the terrifying wire monsters, often called bacteria, are not traditional aliens. They are hyper-evolved, aggressive strain of Earth-based mold. Bacteria that mutated into a pseudo-sentient life form. After being exposed, anomalous infinite atmosphere inside the complex. Yes, remember, it's exactly like a dream, like a dream within a dream. Like you could wake up in the middle of a dream, but you don't know exactly how you got there. A theory, much like the video game, has untextured rooms hidden beneath the map where developers hid code. Backrooms are garbaged out of reality. Architecture, the endless, nonsensical reputation of yellow wallpaper, fluorescent hums, and damp carpet represents the simulation assessing cycle. The reason find random floating doorways or stairs leading directly into the solid walls is because the universe is rendering engine failed to erase the structural rough drafts. Yeah, yeah, exactly. No clipping, no clipping. Passing into the backrooms is simply physical collision glitch, and body's code fails to register the physical boundary of the floor, wall, and clip straight out of bounds. A darker psychological theory suggests that backrooms do not exist physically at all. Instead, they are a manifestation of human consciousness. A theory, the environment is built entirely out of mankind's collective architectural memories of liminal spaces, uncomfortable transitory places like the empty schools, hallways, and vacant malls, and quiet airport terminals. The entity origins. This theory states that when people pass away peacefully in their sleep, their subconscious briefly passes through a corridor. However, these who die in a state of absolute terror or trauma become permanently trapped. Over centuries, their isolation minds rot and degrade, abstract their spiritual forms or horrific, faceless entities that haunt the wanderers. Yeah, there's a theory that the back rooms are actually real, and it's something real that's going on. Mhm. As teasing to the official promotional material for the upcoming film. The space operates on an organic memory cycle. The backrooms act as sponge actively absorbs architecture from the world. It doesn't create rooms rather than it remembers from the Earth's history. Glitch. The terrifying twist is that the space has imperfect memory deeper and you travel into levels less accurately environment copies is resulting in high unstable Euclidean layouts. Shifting geometry, dangerous environments like level total darkness, level 1, leaking industrial parking zones. It scared me like the escapes, but also they had these glitches for real and made them look real too. It's freaky. I know it's basically like a Matrix. It's literally the Matrix collapsing or coming together, like however you want to look at it. Backroom concept shares massive narrative, but with the crucial twist: instead of simulated world disguised as controlled, is broken reality where you fall entirely out of bounds. No clipping, the ultimate glitch. Scare me. Yeah, had these. Okay, scare me where there's glitches. Those glitches are real, made it look so real and so freaky. Yeah, yeah. It's weird. I thought one video was real, like someone just door in a forest, but it looked weird. Yeah, it looked believable. Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's almost like it's from another realm. It's pretty. It's quite intense. Yeah. They're going to be backroom movie out. Oh, backroom movie. That's something really interesting to see. Oh, by the guy who animated the real-looking backrooms and stories named Kane Pixels. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. I'll be interested to see that. Clippings. The matrix glitches manifest as a minor repetitive loop. The Neo seeing the same black cat twice in the backroom's floor. A glitch is catastrophic. The no clip through a solid wall or floor because the physics is reality of momentary failed registered your existence. The real world is a facade. Both concepts rely heavily on simulation theory. They force you to question whether the sky, the grass, and the buildings you see every day are real or just artificial layer built on massive, unfeeling underlying machine network. Mermaid said, "You'll love to look into that. He's honestly a genius. Video seem real. I believe him." Yeah. Corporate industrial dread, just like the Matrix plays the soul crushing aesthetic of the late 90s cubic office, the primary level of the backrooms traps the nightmare of endless, vacant corporate hallway, buzzing fluorescent lights, and damp carpets. Yeah, the Kane Pixels is a feature film. Backrooms is directed by Kane and will be released exclusively in theaters on May 29, 2026 by helming the project at just 20 years old. Harrison's officially market history as the youngest feature studio director to ever release film with A24. Hollywood adaptation is backed by heavy-hitting producers James Wan, Sean Levi, and Osgood Perkins. Oh, Lori scared? Yeah, definitely. Mermaid and I like that. O'Kane's original YouTube shorts focused on primarily of the corporate scientists of the Async Foundation. The feature film pivots and ultimate character driven by narrative. Inciting incident. A strange impossible doorway suddenly manifests in the basement of a future showroom. Honestly, truly had hoped that there would be a pool room movie, but I'm not sure. Maybe they'll be like a surprise. Yeah, I believe there'll be a surprise. Right. Okay. Understood. Vanishes out of reality into liminal maze. The mission, driven by a safe save him, the therapist must venture directly into the endless yellow wallpapered abyss. The concept screenwriter. Will Sudik's script explores the room's mesmerizing themes, leading to heavily into the corporate negligence, spatial anxiety, and deep isolation over the basic jump scares. Oh yeah, exactly, Lori. Very true. The roses have been smelling good. My tree outside is growing a lot leaf wise. Oh, that's good. That's good. The rain definitely does that to objects. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think gloomy weather sometimes be calming. The type of weather that we speak of is pretty nice. Yeah. Okay. We have very little snowpack. So glad, so grateful. Every drop, at least, our pond gets really full this season. psychological horror game. And pools, they are strictly no traditional monsters, enemies, or jump scares chasing you. The developers, Ten Suri, explicitly designed the game to have no UI, no dialogue, no combat, meaning they are an entity you are fighting is actually your own and reacting extremely isolation. The game features a highly controversial, unsettling helper entity that serves as reality bending anomalies, and player frequency refers to the entities of the game. Yeah, I don't know either. I might see it, and if I see it, I'll tell you what I think. The mysterious guide, the only NPC. While there are no monsters that actually kill you, there are no entirely alone in the maze. The encounters, later chapters, you will occasionally catch the sighting of a quite non hostile human figure standing in a distance. Function. Rather than jump scaring you, this entity actually helps you by subtly pointing out or walking in the correct direction to guide you through the confusing architecture. The psychological effects, despite the being helpful, is sudden. Otherwise, completely abandoned infinite space triggers the intense paranoia. The players frequently report running from it out of the instinctual fear that will suddenly turn hostile. As the architecture acts as living maze, the environment itself triggers anomalies that function exactly like hostile entities. Gazing mannequins. Throughout the chapters, you will navigate rooms filled with after lifelike clothing mannequins. While they never looking at them, they are programmed to subconsciously shift their orientation face when Kira pans away, pointing underwater hand. If you submerge your camera underwater near the certain dead ends, a pale severed human hand will briefly appear beneath the surface and deliberately pointing you down the wrong path to keep you lost. I feel like a die when the pool's like it's heaven. Yeah, exactly. Important distinction. The many gamers confuse the pools, which has no monsters, with the pool room update of the classic rooms. The classrooms, players explore a similar tiled pool environment, but are actively hunted by fast, aggressive, entirely called the Whispering Worm. That game features a microphone reactivity mechanism where the entities can are actually hear in your real life voice through your headset. And Lori, thing of it, TBH, I'm very open. It doesn't bug me, just who I am. I feel like places how where was crazy mental journey even went into psychosis, but it was drug induced. And it helps me to dissociate into new peaceful, open, alone feeling. I went to get help realize it's helpful. I just have mental feels into that place. And there you're so alone, and if you want to be, and it feels as if freeing feeling, dissociation, you'll just alone, and it's so lovely. Some people add monsters. It's fun, but it's also, of course, not as peaceful. Yeah, Mermaid, it's like ambience or ambiance, however it's pronounced. And in that circumstance, you'll have these, situations where it just the atmosphere is so calming and it's peaceful to the soul. That's something cool about it. Where it said it's exactly like the ambience. I add to the pools so it's fun and freeing. It's like you're floating. Oh, it's like you're floating, and there's so much mysteriousness in there, especially the dark corners of the pools. Like you don't always know, like there's like something there, but you don't really know what's there, and then you just see the atmosphere, just the walls, the pool, the dark corners, and you go into another area. Like, there's another part of it. There's this part, and it's just that the atmosphere just closing in is so like a soothing blanket. Oh yeah, Lori, it sounds very fun. I feel like human population has grown so much, and we have so much stimuli. We need that peace. Yeah, definitely. We need that peace because there's so much noise in the world. It's nice to have a place where there's just darkness. Let's see, Laura, you usually believe it's like we need some. Okay, well, exactly. It's those same words of serotonin, feeling, and emotions. It's beautiful. I like the ambient sounds and pools, and you're just dragging along. Yeah. It's also ASMR. I love like the noises like it makes when you're walking around the pools. It's just pure ASMR. Just which is like the atmosphere of it, the pool, the water, and swimming underneath it. It's like having your own personal domain, like your own like mansion or something. Also, I like the rain too. Nice rainy places as well. I like the different caves. Like there's these like underwater slides or something I'll see sometimes in those pool rooms, and those are pretty cool. Like it'll be going deep into like a tunnel. I like that. I like the slides. It's almost like you're actually like going down the slides. And I like, as I said, I like the sometimes a darker atmosphere of certain parts of it. It's almost like being in a trance. Oh, caves are cool, and it is very similar to caves, the pools rooms. Yeah, and it's just kind of like a place that you have all to yourself. It's quite fascinating. So yeah, I do like caves too, and they're mysterious and historical. I mean, they came from like the beginning of time. So yeah, and that's what's similar to the pools rooms are like. Definitely the dripping water and the atmosphere to it. Real world, you are constantly bombarded by notifications, deadlines, and social interactions. The pool strips of all that, and because there are no monsters, they jump at and attack and delete you. The survival instincts shuts off, and the isolation stops feeling like a threat and begins to feel like an absolute interrupted peace. You are entirely free to do wonder on your own pace with any consequences. Well, that's cool, mermaid. I didn't go into a cave, but there's caves around Kentucky where I was over there. The sloshing, lukewarm, the gentle, repetitive sound of your footsteps wandering through water lowers your heart rate. Echoing hum, the low, continuous resistance and distance pools features echoing water droplets simulates the acoustic environment of your sensory deprivation tank. Anemoia, the white tiles, turquoise white indoor slides tap directly into collective childhood memory. It reminds your subconscious of summer vacations, hotel stays, empty community pools. Seeing these spaces completely vacant creates a feeling of safe, uh, a melancholy, and it feels like the stepping into a dream or pause moments when the rest of the busy world has simply ceased to exist. Visual minimalism and cleanliness. The human brains find clean geometry and symmetry highly satisfying. The endless expanses of pristine, unblemished white porcelain tiles, clear, chemically perfect, and water provide immense visual indoors. There is no clutter, no dirt, no chaos. It satisfies the mind's desire for neatness, transformation, and infinite maze into beautiful architectural art. Playlist, pools room ambient lo-fi, okay, vibe. Dreamy echoing peaceful music, a focus on heavy aquatic soundscapes, often synth pads, and faint comforting hum of distant pool filters. Listen, so vaporwave poolside elegance playlist vibe, retro nostalgic. It blends classic '80s, '90s mall music with heavy verb, slow down beats, making it feel abandoned and resort like. 5. A bit more structured, it features low tempo, lo fi hip hop beats with eerie, beautiful ambient pads that capture feelings through empty, clean architecture. The let's see, binaural water sloshing stimulates one wanding through the calm pools. Heavy reverb, delay mimic the acoustics of massive tidal drums. A muffled low, past filters to make the music sound like playing from deep underwater. All right. Okay, so at this point in time, uh, the stream will be ending for the night, and probably at some point later we'll do a garden live. Thank you, Mermaid, and also Lori and everyone else watching, lurking, for being here. And see you on the next one. And Pool Rooms are a very good game. It's very nice to watch people play it. By the way. Peace.